It's a jacket, man. You don't want to see what's underneath. Slippers.
But you have on pants, right?
There we go. Great. Well, good evening, everyone. This is a regular meeting of the Council of the Township of Montclair, and it is being broadcast live on Channel 34 and is streaming live on Montclair TV 34, our YouTube channel. It is available on demand and can and will be rebroadcast. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included on the annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-21-87, adopted by the Council as a regular meeting on December 1st, 2020, advertised in the official newspaper on December 31st, 2020, and January 7th, 2021, posted on the bulletin board outside of a municipal building, and has been remained continuously posted. In addition, a copy of the annual notice is and has been made available to the public and is on file at the office of the clerk. Let's begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
To the flag.
To the flag. United States of America. Republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God,
indivisible,
justice.
justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councillor Cummings,
Present.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock,
Present.
Councillor Price Abrams,
Present.
Councillor Russo,
Present.
Councillor Schlager,
Here.
Councillor Yacovelis,
Present.
Mayor Spiller.
Present. Thank you. And we will move through the agenda with flexibility. I know that Congressman Donald Payne Jr. is going to try and join us as well, I believe. So we'll just keep an eye out for, I know his schedule, as we all know. So as soon as we kind of see him there, we'll pull an audible and go to him at that time. So just noting that if we have a pause in whatever actions we're in the middle of. I would like to start with a number of proclamations that we have. Councilwoman Price Abrams, would you mind doing us the honor of reading the first on the Older Americans Month?
Thank you, Mayor. Happy to. Older Americans Month 2021. Whereas the Township of Montclair includes a growing number of older Americans who make countless contributions to our community every day, and whereas the theme for Older Americans Month in 2021 is Communities of Strength, to celebrate the strength of older adults with special emphasis on the power of connection and engagement in building strong communities. And whereas the older adults of Montclair have built resilience and strength over their lives through successes, failures, joys, and difficulties. And whereas the Township of Montclair is stronger when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are included and encouraged to help and inspire others by sharing stories and giving to others. And whereas the Township of Montclair recognizes the importance of the physical, mental, social, and emotional well-being of its citizens. And whereas the Township of Montclair can support our community members by promoting independence, inclusion, and participation, engaging older adults through education, recreation, and service, and connecting with others as it plays a vital role in the health and well-being of the community by providing opportunities to share their time, experience, and talents. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair do hereby proclaim May 2021 to be Older Americans Month. We urge every resident to take time during this month to recognize older adults and the people who serve them as essential and valuable members of our community. And I so move.
Second.
Thank you. All without objection. Thank you so much, Councilwoman, and certainly we all echo your reading there for sure. Next, can I have, let's go with Councilman Russo. Would you like to read the next proclamation?
I wasn't prepared for that one. Which is that?
Okay.
Which is that one? Is that Mr. Debnam?
Yes, it is.
I thought I was going to defer on that one to Councilman Cummings.
Oh, I thought it was make music.
We can
Does he live
do
in
it.
your ward?
I can gladly read it as well. But Councilman Cummings, would you like to do the honors if you have a piece in front of you?
Without a doubt, Mayor. I think this is one that's very special to me. And I think Deputy Manager Scantleberry would agree that Sam Debnam is a treasure to Montclair for a long time, particularly through Debnam Caterers. I worked for Mr. Debnam and his wife for 8 years from my freshman year of high school through college. And I'm not the only one. They were very, very instrumental in a lot of people's lives. So I take great pleasure, honor in being able to read this proclamation congratulating Samuel Lloyd Debnam on his 100th birthday. Whereas longevity of life is a blessing for an individual and for a community which benefits from the knowledge, creativity, and experiences this individual brings to all. And whereas the Township of Montclair recognizes with respect and admiration the contribution of senior citizens to our community, and whereas Samuel Lloyd Debnam, a longtime Montclair resident, will celebrate his 100th birthday on May 20th, 2021. And whereas Samuel Lloyd Debnam was born and raised in neighboring Bloomfield, after grade school, his family moved to Montclair. He attended Glenfield School and graduated from Montclair High School in 1939. Mr. Debnam then enlisted in the United States Army Civil Corps, but was transferred to the Air Force, where he served as an instrument and propeller specialist on the renowned B-17 aircraft during World War II. And whereas, upon his return home after serving his country, Mr. Debnam met his wife, Maurice Otelia Smith, and the couple was married on July 12, 1945. They had two sons, Stephen and Ronald. Mr. Debnam enjoyed a 60-year professional career as a watchmaker and jewelry salesman, working for Hankey's, Hagelman Clock Shop, and Woodruff Jewelry Branch, Weiss Jewelers, Bailey Banks and Biddle, Michael Anthony, and Anthony and Company. Mr. Debnam was also completed culinary school. He formed and operated Debnam Caterers along with his wife, sons, and grandsons. For over 65 years, Debnam Caterers served many families in Essex County and beyond during their most memorable events such as weddings, anniversaries, and birthday celebrations. And whereas Sam Debnam has served and been engaged in the Montclair community in many capacities. He was a member of the Committee of Management of the Washington Street YMCA and the Board of Directors of the Park Street YMCA. He was the first Black president of the Montclair Kiwanis Club and is a lifetime member of the NAACP. He is also a member of the Eureka 52 Mason Lodge of Montclair and Montclair's American Legion Post 25. Mr. Debnam was a devoted member of St. Paul Baptist Church, where he has sang in the choir, supervised Sunday school, and started the men's club. Mr. Debnam is a great proponent of education and is enshrined on the Glenfield School Wall of Fame for his countless years of service to the community. And whereas in his personal life, some of Mr. Debnam's happiest moments were when he played the bass fiddle in the jazz band Sultan of Swing in the 1940s. Mr. Debnam is a member of the Dewdrop Inn Senior Citizen Group that meets weekly at the Wally Choice Community Center in Glenfield Park and was named Senior of the Month in Montclair in November 2017. Mr. Debnam enjoys jazz and laughter. He believes in treating people with the same tender love as he would like to be treated and considers his greatest achievement to be his marriage to Maurice, who he's married to for 73 years before her passing. Whereas the United States has the greatest number of centenarians in the world, and this month, Mr. Debnam joined that population and should be honored for his 100 years on this earth. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair hereby congratulate Samuel Debnam on the occasion of his 100th birthday and join with his family and community in wishing him well. And I so move.
Second.
Absolutely. It's moved, seconded, and without objection. Thank you so much for that, Councilman, and certainly we all applaud, and well said.
And I was there Thursday because my dad and he live in the same apartment building. And so we're going to celebrate with his son, Ron, and Stephen, because Mr. D, he's something else. So this is wonderful. Thank you all for agreeing to this.
Certainly is. Before we move to our last proclamation, I see we are honored to be joined, and I think everyone in this district knows how wonderful a representative he is by our Congressman Donald Payne Jr. He has been just really a leader in terms of working with us on every level, whether it's been through this vaccination process and all the challenges of this pandemic, first testing, then getting the vaccines, and of course, something we're all very familiar with and having conversations around budgets tonight as well. The Congressman playing a key role in really securing dollars to come in to help really communities like ours throughout the nation. But of course, him bringing it home here for our district to make sure that we try to help in whatever way possible address some of the financial losses, some of the other challenges that we face moving forward. So I am thrilled to have him as a partner in so many ways. I know we all are, for the great work that he does. So certainly we are pleased to have him join us tonight. And of course, I know he wants to just share with and update our residents on some of the things that are happening. So with that, please help me welcome our Congressman Donald Payne Jr. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. No audio yet, Congressman.
All right, is that good?
There we go.
We got it.
Well, let me say it is an honor and a privilege to be here with the wonderful township of Montclair, one of my favorite municipalities in the 10th district for many reasons. And it is just a great honor. But sir, I would respectfully defer until you finish your business at hand. It is really enjoyable for me to listen to these proclamations as you go forward. So I will yield the floor and not interrupt that process.
Thank you, Congressman. Always very respectful. So thank you. And we do have one more proclamation, and you are honored because Councilwoman Schlager, in the spirit of the proclamation itself, is going to sing it to us. Is that correct, Councilwoman?
Oh, thanks, Mayor. Maybe after 10 o'clock, we'll say. Okay. But thank you, Mayor, and welcome to Congressman Payne. Thank you. This is a proclamation declaring June 19th to June 21st to be Montclair Music Days. Whereas Make Music Day is an annual event held on the first day of summer, inspired by France's Fête de la Musique, or Make Music Festival, founded in 1982 and is now an international celebration that takes place in more than 1,000 cities in 120 countries across the globe. It features music making in public spaces, all completely free for musicians and audiences alike, and celebrates the ability of everyone to make music. And whereas Montclair celebrated its first Make Music event on Saturday, June 21st, 2014, as people of all ages, musical genres, and ability levels, from students to amateurs to professionals and marquee artists, gather throughout the day in locations such as Edgewood Park, the Farmers Market at Walnut Street Station, Watchung Plaza, Montclair Library on Church Street, and in other locations to make music. And whereas now, celebrating our 8th consecutive year, Montclair will be one of more than 90 cities across the United States that takes part in Make Music Day. And Montclair will expand the celebration from June 19th through June 21st for Montclair Make Music Days, plural. This year's celebration will include the annual festival Underground, organized by Terry's Serendipity Cafe on Saturday, June 19th at Community Sing-Along on Sunday, June 20th, and the official Make Music Day events on Monday, June 21st. All events will be conducted in person with appropriate social distancing protocols in place, online or available to view via live stream. And whereas Montclair Make Music Days are DIY, do it yourself, and DIT, do it together, events organized by a committee of volunteer organizers, musicians, small businesses, students, and residents throughout the local arts organization, Indie Arts Montclair, with the sole purpose of bringing free music to Montclair. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex hereby proclaim June 19th through the 21st to be Montclair Music Days, and encourage people of all ages and abilities to responsibly gather, to create, to celebrate, and create in parks, storefronts, and public spaces to celebrate the ability to make music. And I so move.
Well, second, and without objection. Thank you so much, Councilwoman, and we're all looking forward to that. It's just very exciting. So, another
Great.
thing that makes Montclair so special. Thank you so much for that.
Of
Well, Congressman, now the floor is yours, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a real privilege, as I said, to be here with all of you in Montclair, and just give you a brief going over what is happening in Washington. And let me just say, in my capacity as Congressman from the 10th Congressional District, this is the first time that we have officially had a interaction with you in the seat as mayor. So congratulations, sir. And, as we know, it's still a very difficult time in our country. COVID-19 continues to still affect daily life. But unlike last year, we are getting close to returning to normal, I would say. There are several vaccines in use throughout the country to protect Americans from the coronavirus. Right now, we are vaccinating about 3 million Americans every day. And if we can get more people vaccinated, we could reach a threshold for herd immunity in the fall. But we are continuing to moving towards that milestone. When we do reach that milestone, we can reopen society safely and completely, as we are starting to see indications based on the move by the CDC to release some of us from wearing masks. But in the state of New Jersey, the governor has not moved to that point yet. But we need people to get vaccinated so everyone can return to normal. I find it interesting that the people who refuse to wear masks from the beginning refuse to get vaccinated now, and it just doesn't make that much sense. The vaccine is the best way to get rid of the mask for good. But until that day, I'm fighting in Congress to get you resources to survive this global pandemic. And it is much easier with President Biden's leadership. When we do reopen completely, we're going to need better roads and bridges. Right now, we're working on the American Jobs Plan. It would modernize and repair more than 10,000 bridges and thousands of miles of roads nationwide. These are roads you use every day to get around Montclair, and the trains you use to travel throughout the Northeast Corridor. When we are about to start construction on the Portal North Bridge, the current one is over 110 years old. That means it was built before passenger airplanes, the Titanic crash, or Prohibition. In fact, it was first, the architects first created the plans for it right after the Civil War. That is far too long to replace a bridge. In Congress, I fought to get the first $900 million in federal funds to fund the project. Now that it has started, I'm working to get the funds for the new Hudson Tunnel. That is why I wanted to become chairman of the Rail Subcommittee on Transportation and Infrastructure. I wanted to make sure our projects had strong advocates in Congress. And we're very fortunate to have 3 members of the New Jersey delegation sit on the Railroad Committee. So that is a great position to be in. But that is not the only way I want to support you. A few months ago, we passed the American Rescue Plan. The $1.9 trillion stimulus packages helps Americans and local governments deal with the coronavirus directly. And the second part of that sentence is the important part, the aid to state and local governments. Prior to this plan and the past administration, there was no relief for governments, state or local. And we fought very hard for that because we knew the strains that this coronavirus was putting on municipalities and states. But the the prior administration and even the leadership in the Senate of this country felt that there was no good reason to give aid to the states or local governments. But we fought vigorously, and now with the new administration, it's been seen where that should happen. So it includes funds to increase vaccinations nationwide, The new package benefits Montclair residents in several ways. It provided the popular $1,400 stimulus check to lower and middle income Americans to help pay bills during the crisis. It included an additional $300 in unemployment benefits to jobless Americans until September. And it includes almost $38 billion to help Americans pay for rent and mortgages. It stops evictions and foreclosures until October, and it adds almost $8 billion to the popular payroll protection program. What a tongue twister there. So many businesses, for small businesses to keep their employees on payroll. And it creates a new $25 billion restaurant revitalization fund to support food service industry directly. And I know that should be helpful to a lot of the businesses around Bloomfield Avenue and around Montclair. I hope your restaurants have applied for the help from this fund. We have lost many of them due to the pandemic. In addition, the plan expands the child tax credit to keep millions of children fed and out of poverty. Child tax payments for eligible families begin in July, but you need to file an income tax return so the IRS knows who qualifies for them. Thankfully, Montclair will get direct help as well. The plan provides $350 billion in badly needed aid to states and cities. I fought for Montclair to get almost $4 million from that fund. In addition, the plan establishes programs to vaccinate every American and reopen every school. It will use $20 billion to increase vaccine production and distribution, add more medical staff to provide the vaccines, and provide better transportation to make sure vaccines get to the communities on time. I was proud to help us get a federal vaccine center in Newark to support our entire district at NJIT. It is open until June 20th and can vaccinate 6,000 people every day. In addition, the increased vaccinations will help us reopen schools for in-person learning, which was sorry I couldn't be there on Monday to join you for your mentioning opening up the task force. The President Biden's plan includes $130 billion to do that nationwide. The money will reduce class sizes or modify spaces for in-person instruction. It supplies protective equipment for students and staff, and it improves the health and safety of schools to protect students and staff from COVID-19. Personally, I'm very committed to getting students back in the classroom safely. I wrote a letter to the Department of Health and Human Services to designate teachers as frontline workers. After my letter, President Biden made teachers' vaccinations a higher priority. And I wrote a letter to President Biden to implement my Mask for Students Act. The bill would allow the federal government to reimburse school systems for their protective equipment expenses. Schools need their funding to continue to improve student education, and the federal government should assist school districts in paying for that equipment. And the government needs to reimburse them to support those efforts. My website has a page dedicated to help you apply for all of the benefits and aid packages available. So please visit payne.house.gov. It contains help to get you stimulus funds as well as clarity on the PPP guidelines. Also, it has information about unemployment benefits and how to keep your family safe. Again, my website is payne.house.gov. And if you have any specific requests, please call my district office at 973-645-3213. and it will be added in the chat. 973-645-3213. We're on the job to help you get what you need. And I want to thank my staff publicly for being at the job and on the job since this pandemic started. My office has never closed thanks to my wonderful staff who understood the need to remain open. So my office has been open since the pandemic started, and I want to thank my staff for being there. And also thank you for letting me speak to you tonight, and I'll try to answer any questions you might have. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, Congressman, and I think a great job in that thorough overview of all the things happening, and just an example of the synergy of all levels of government. And I think that's when, really that the public service and the trust of government and the work that has to happen, all layers working together in a pandemic such as this, it's so important. And I think you aptly described the great work that you're doing as a key piece of that work at the federal level. So again, on behalf of all of our residents here in Montclair, we thank you. So appreciate that. And with that, I heard the Congressman offer, so I'll look to any of my colleagues if there's any questions.
Mayor, I would like to ask Congressman a question that my students want me to ask him, because I've been asking this of Congress members for many years. The last time my students presented to Congressman Frelinghuysen the proposal, you'll understand, Congressman, on the IDEA Act, which was passed in the mid-'70s under President Carter, supposed to give our school systems 40%, cover 40% of the cost of Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. And that was a great act. We all wanted to help the children who have special needs. But because the federal government never gave more than 10 to 12%, that's actually the limit. It never went higher than that. In the early 2000s, while I was mayor, the proposal was made, even by Congressman Frelinghuysen, a Republican, to add $1 billion to the appropriations. And President Bush, this was Bush 2, vetoed it because we had to spend money on the Iraq War, of all things. So can you do anything, Congressman, just as your father always did? And I wanted just to give an acknowledgement to your family and your father, because he helped me all the years that I ran for office, always contributed and supported me. But in the tradition of your father, can you help us with this? If we could just get even 20% of the 40% that was promised by the federal government 50 years ago, we could actually cut our property taxes. I've always advocated this, that the IDEA Act be fully funded, but even if it was increased, to 20% instead of 10, would be a big help, Congressman. Thank you. Can't hear that right now.
There we go. Well, let me first acknowledge and commend you for your commitment to Montclair community, irrespective of the position that you held. You've consistently been there to advocate for that community. And that is something that I can look at, sir, and look at advocating for. Prior to my getting into public service, I worked in special needs student transportation. So it's something that I am sensitive to, that population, and definitely can look at what we can do in advocating for that. So I will give you my word that that is something that I will look into and see if we can move that forward, push that needle off of 10%.
Thank you, Congressman.
And I have staff on the line, so they're taking down any comments or things that you need me to look at. So
I'll follow up. One of my students is going to be calling your office. They're doing a project on this IDEA Act. Thank you.
very good, very good. And also, so you know, I have opportunities for college students to intern in my office. And so if you have any young people that are interested in that, It's been a little slow, obviously, because of the pandemic. But as we open up, we're going to get back into having that as a habit. We've had students, whether they attend school in the 10th district or live in the 10th district, that there have been opportunities for internships in my office. So we're getting back into the swing of that, just so you know.
I'll be sending you Montclair State students that live in both East Orange and Irvington. Those are your district, right? East Orange
Absolutely.
and
More than
Irvington.
welcome.
Thank you.
Clear.
All right. Any other questions from my council colleagues for the congressman?
Yeah, I have a quick one for him, Mayor, if I may.
Please, Councilman Cummings.
Yeah, Congressman, we had a conversation a while back, and I just wanted to know, how's that request going, and who should we contact to see about the appropriations request that we sent to you regarding helping our Latino community assimilate a little bit better here in Montclair?
You would reach out to Honoré Clark Donald at 973-645-3213. And he's on the line now, and he'll be able to direct you to the specific person. There probably would be a connection to my DC office, but we'd start with Honoré, and we'll point you in the right direction.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was good talking to you.
All right, I'm just looking. Any other questions for the congressman? All right, seeing none, Congressman, once again, we thank you for joining us, helping us to inform our residents and answer some questions here as well. We appreciate your time. We always know you're very accessible. So, of course, as things arise, we'll be sure to reach out. But looking forward to our continued partnership, and thanks for your time tonight.
Well, thank you. And as I stated, I appreciate Montclair as part of my district, one of the most active and proactive parts of my district. And I always appreciate that. Just one other small point, we're very glad that we were able to get that money to you. And I think they're going to be releasing it soon, from what I understand. And so we fought very diligently, because prior to getting involved with it, the cutoff point for the aid to state and local governments was going to be municipalities of 500,000 or over. Well, Lacey Clay from Missouri and myself went to Ms. Pelosi and said that, well, that wasn't fair, because my state and Missouri would be left out of the total equation, because we don't have any municipalities over 500,000. And so through our advocacy, Lacey Clay from Missouri and myself, we were able to get it reduced so far that I even got Glen Ridge money. So we were serious about making sure that our municipalities got money. Newark got an incredible amount of $186 million. So, we fought very diligently, but I just wanted you to know that we wanted to make sure the municipalities such as yours were not left out and would receive some type of funding. So,
Thank you.
Ms. Abrams?
Thank you. Representative, so good to see you again. And thank you for sharing that. That was really a personal effort of yours, and thank you for it. I was wondering also about the SALT tax deduction, and I hear it in other channels I'm listening to, that it's looking like a tough fight right now, that, it's not clear where that's going to land. So do you have any update on what we can expect, perhaps? I know the problem solvers might be trying to work on it too, a few of them. Representative.
Yeah, it's a very, very difficult fight. Under the previous administration, it was kind of a political fight where we were being penalized for being blue states. But now I'm concerned because you know, we're not getting the reversal that we thought we would get on it, and it still seems like a bit of an uphill battle. But Josh Gottenheimer, and really before him, really Bill Pascarell, have been champions for this. You know, Mr. Gottheimer is getting a little more press for it these days, but really, there's been no person more dedicated to it, and getting all of us to understand how badly we need it. For some reason, it's being perceived as relief for wealthy people.
I read
But
that.
we know in New Jersey across the board what it means to, you know, moderate and middle income homeowners as well. So you have the entire Jersey delegation really pushing for it in, you know, California and Connecticut and New York. Hopefully we're going to get somewhere with it. But some people are going as far as saying that they won't vote for the infrastructure bill if the SALT is not replaced. I can't go there yet as a chairman on the Transportation Infrastructure Committee, but we're making it clear to the White House how you know, important that this is. We haven't given up yet, and we're going to continue to fight it.
Right. Well, thank you very much. And, you know, with the kind of, you know, costs that we all have in this state and the other states you named, it's a really critical piece. And if there's a way we can be helpful in getting that word out, I hope you'll let us know what you recommend apart from the obvious.
Absolutely. I will reach out to you. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Well, seeing no other ones, thank you again, Congressman. Really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you. All right. Also, tonight, I know we're really excited to hear from our next group that's coming to speak to us. And that would be the Farmers Market Board of Trustees. I believe that they're on. Mr. Stafford, I'll turn it over to you to make sure we've got everybody here that needs to be on, and Mr. Fan, and please start us off. But thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I believe that they are on. I believe that they have the ability to unmute themselves. And so therefore I defer to Councilor Schlager, who requested their appearance.
Unmute. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Stafford, and thank you to the Board of the Farmers Market for joining us tonight. The reason why I had asked for all of you to come was to help and educate us on the council on how the farmers market works. I know that we often hear from the BID, the Business Improvement District, which is also a 501c3 that supports the township. And I just recently found out that you're a 501c3 as well. So I wanted to see how the farmers market is, how it was formed, how it plays out. I wanted to know about how you select the merchants that come to the market, how many there are, what their fees are, the start and end dates, and how it works, the partnership with the town, because I know the market is on township property. So I want to know about the insurance piece of it, since it is township owned. And I also was very curious to know, I believe there's a start and end date, but there's so many vendors that stay beyond that date. So I was wondering how that works. So anything you could talk to us about tonight would be really appreciated. And thank you.
I'm going to jump in if I may. Can you all hear me? This is Gray, and I'm hoping all of my other teammates on the board are also there. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come in front of council. We look forward to answering all of your questions. And I will allow the president of the board, he has sort of an overview description that will, I think, answer some of your questions just to start off, and then we can introduce ourselves. Andrew, are you online?
I am. Can you hear and see me?
Yes.
Is everyone able to hear me and see me? Okay, great. Well, Thank you very much for having us. This is definitely an honor. I believe this might be a first in a very long time, if ever. It's definitely a first for me. Um, my name is Andrew Myskowski. I'm the acting president of the board. But before we go into who we are and kind of what roles we play, I just wanted to give you just a quick general overview. First of all, we are an open air farmers market. Operating, of course, at the Walnut Street train station parking lots. It's every Saturday from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. It sounds like a commercial there, sorry. We will soon begin our 29th season. So market vendors include about 4 to 5 of our farm stands. Last year we had to reduce it due to social distancing, but now we're lucky to have back our 5th farmer, mostly family farmers, of course, and 20 to 25 food artisans, plus we have 1 master gardener, flower vendor, and we have a food truck, a taco food truck. I'm sure you all know it very well. A board of trustees governs and manages and oversees the operations, including our vendor applications, the selection, and the registration. We do it all, soup to nuts. Insurance of the market, its contractors, and its board is what we govern, manage, oversee the operations. Also, contracting of the market manager and any assistance that we need. This was the first year that we needed it. Of course, again, social distancing was mandating a lot more crowd control, if you will, this year, or last year's rather, sorry, and still does. The vendor arrival, we also oversee setup of breakdown and vendor departure, as well as the customer and vendor relations. We oversee, govern the public outreach, advertising, and the marketing of our market itself. The coordination and implementation of the Garden State Good Food Networks. That's our double value coupons program. We also call it double bucks. And that's including grant acquisition, administration, disbursement, and some supplemental funding. As well, we govern, oversee, and manage the equipment and supplies procurement, the usage and the storage of it. Thank you, everyone who was helpful in that. Customer and vendor toilet facilities. Yes, we all need those, and now we need 2. Thank you again for allowing us to have them, and they're desperately needed, and everyone applauds them. If you don't hear the thanks, it's there for you. Also, any kind of program development and installation we're overseeing and administering the entire part of it. Nonprofit community groups, bookings, and tabling booths, as well as the entertainment that we're lucky to have sometimes as they come by. So again, my name is Andrew Myskowski. My formal name is Edmund Andrew Myskowski. I just go by my middle. I was identified as a trustee by our, and a candidate basically, by our former executive director, which was Stephen Schuckman, that's the soul, who first brought me into a meeting, and then I was voted in by the current sitting board as a member, and that was back in 2017. But nonetheless, I'm sorry, I was like, wait, it must have been before 2017. I do believe that I had been sitting on it prior to that. But anyway, I currently serve as the board president, and we have a total of, Gray, are we at 6 now?
Yeah.
6 board members, and I'll give it over to Gray Russell, unless you have any questions for me in the.
Let's introduce ourselves, and then I'm sure council may have questions for us. Yeah, so you all, you know me. I'm very proud that I co-founded this market in 1993. That's a remarkable time for any farmer's market. When we started the market, this will be our 29th season, as Andrew referenced. When we started, there were 3 farmers markets in North Jersey, and there are now over 100 farmers markets throughout the state. Sourcing locally sourced food, finding the person who grew your food and being able to talk about local sources. This is the largest movement in food in the United States over the past 2 decades, and Montclair was ahead of that. Montclair was local before local was cool. We began it, and so it's a very proud achievement for the town. Steve Schuckman asked me to come to kind of serve on the board about 5 years ago. And my role within the board is to coordinate and to schedule the nonprofit community groups. So every week, until COVID, but every week we bring 2 community organizations. We supply them with a canopy, like a booth there, and tables, and they bring their own chairs, and they're allowed to come and give out information about what they do. They can ask people for money. They can ask people to sign petitions like that. So we do 2 every week, all throughout the summer season. And that's my role. I'll pass to Irene.
Oh, sorry. I'm Irene Rottenberg. I have no idea when I came on the board with the farmers market. I think it was because I was on the board of the MEDC many years ago, but I've been doing it for a couple of decades. I live in Montclair, and I do the bookkeeping for the organization, which is a strong word for what I do. I deposit the checks and I pay bills, but that's my role.
Eileen, are you there? Is Eileen on board?
I'm here. Sorry.
Hi, Eileen. Can you
Hi.
introduce yourself?
So I'm Eileen Goldmeyer. I am a resident of Montclair. I've lived in Montclair for about 38 years. And I too don't remember when I started on the farmers market. It seems like it's decades. I had a business in Montclair on Walnut Street. And I was also on the board of the MEDC. And so that's when the market moved from Church Street to Walnut Street. Steve Schuckman also recruited me and asked if I wanted to sit on the board. I think Irene actually joined around the same time. So my role is to schedule entertainment for the farmers market. And unfortunately this year we put a hold on that. But it's usually someone who plays guitar, sings. A lot of them are Montclair residents. We've also showcased some local businesses like Dance Works. We have really tried to let people show their talents in Montclair. So hopefully we'll start that again this year. That's about it.
Julie? Is Julie there? Hi, Julie.
Hi, I'm Julie Salmon, also a Montclair resident. I've been on the board since 2018. And I came on through Andrew. Andrew and I have known each other for at least 10 years, and he introduced me to the board. And my main function is to handle registration for the vendors. So it's making sure they're making their payments, providing insurance, the health certificate, etc.
Great, Julie. And finally, Paul, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you and we see you.
Okay, great. So I'm Paul Pinto. I've been the manager now for this market. This June will actually be 7 years for me. And I handle the week-to-week operations at the market. So general inquiries from customers, also helping all of our vendors. Like Andrew said, we have just about 30 vendors now. So organizing them as far as the layout of the market and whatever emergencies or anything that might pop up during the operation of the market. And this past year, a lot of it has just been enforcing mask mandates and social distancing. But yeah, that's mainly what I do.
I want to just add to that, so to be clear for council, that Paul then is our manager. You see, he's there every week. He does the setup. He's there at 6 or 6:30 or 7 for the 8 o'clock start. He does the setup, greets the vendors as they arrive, and then does the breakdown as well at the end. So he's really, Paul has been in the past an employee That's his job, is to be there at the market every day, whereas the rest of the board, we go as shoppers whenever we can. But Paul is there every single week, and I got to say that with COVID, his responsibilities really greatly expanded. Because we, until just recently, were limiting the number of people who could come in. We often had lines of people waiting to get to the market all the way down the block and around the corner. And we had to enforce the mask requirement, which sometimes I saw Paul have to deal with some very ornery folks back in the beginning and throughout. And because of that, we also we put out signage on the ground for people for social distancing spacing. Paul puts up police tape to direct folks, and he has now an assistant that helps him also do that setup. And then Paul has to break it all down at the end of the day. So that's who we are.
Well, great. Well, I'm happy to meet all of you. And I thank you so very much for all your hard work and for so many years. I can't believe the market's been there for so long. Could you just speak about how some of the vendors that stay beyond their, or could you tell us when it begins, when it ends, and what about these rogue farmers that kind of stay beyond the closing date?
I'll address that if the board allows me. They are no longer rogues. We are virtually now a year-round market. So what we call our summer season, begins first Saturday in June and goes through Thanksgiving. That's always, or at least for 20 of our past 29 years, that has been our schedule. And you're right that at first it was a couple or a few of the vendors started to come back. In particular, one of the growers, so we call the farmers the growers, and we call the specialty food artisans the foodies. So of the 5 growers, one of them has meat, poultry, is beef, poultry, and pork. Beautiful product.
Yes.
Vacchiano Farms. And so he's not limited to the growing season. He has a product that he sells all year round. So he started to come back in December and even in January, and the public started to show up, customers started to show up. And because they were there, then 1 or 2 of the other vendors started to come. In fact, a second grower comes who has apples and pears from the fall harvest, and they can sell them all winter long. And it started to expand. But so now we allow them and we regulate it. We have the market manager is there all throughout the winter season. If it's a snowstorm, if there's new snow on the ground, then the vendors don't come and the public doesn't come. So it's a little bit more ad hoc. But besides that, the public knows that we are there all year round. And starting right now, especially in the warmer weather, even though the official opening isn't until June, we have full crowds all the time. So we are virtually a year-round market.
I didn't know that. Thank you for explaining that, Gray. That's great. Okay, thank you.
How about financing? Do you want us to give you a little rundown of our books?
Can I break in for 1 second, Greg?
Go ahead, Andrew. Yeah.
This will be the last I dote on Paul there. I just wanted to say, first of all, thank you for chiming in about his dedication and his efforts, because he is our unsung hero. I mean, just imagine you give up every Saturday of your life, and that is Paul there. I mean, yes, of course, he's working, but he's working, and he's working hard. And through COVID, it was a challenge, and he rose to it. And again, Paul, I thank you. And that's all I wanted to add, Robin. Thank you. I'll let Ray take back over.
Irene, are you available?
Sure. So, again, I think somebody said something about a budget. We don't have a budget. What I can tell you is that we bring in about $30,000 a year in market fees between the winter market and the summer market. And our expenses are, let's see, well, our biggest expense is insurance, because we have workers' comp insurance and we have liability for the board members. And then the market manager, Paul. And that number went up last year because we had to hire some extra part-time people to help him set up with all the cones and the mark, taping. And so last year we spent about $17,000 to manage the market, whereas in previous years it's about $5,000. We get a grant every year from Partners for Health to run our, what Gray told you about, our Double Bucks program, which allows us to give people, they bring us their money and we give them fake money, double the money for it. And last year, or maybe even the year before, we decided that when that grant money ran out, we would fund that from our own money in the bank. So we've been doing that with our funds. And then we reimburse the farmers for the money that they get back. So, you know, again, that's about it. We don't, you know, we don't advertise much. We don't have a lot of expenses, just our insurance, our market manager. Once a year, we do a dinner for the farmers. Costs us about $3,000 a year. We used to go to Nana's, but now we found a place in Bloomfield where we take them out. They have, you know, 6-course meal with wine, and they get to put on their nice clothes and talk to each other. And that's really a great thing. Everybody loves that. And I guess that's about it. Again, we take in about $30,000. We spend about $23,000.
That's great. Thank you, Irene. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great.
Any other questions from council?
Just real quick. Any interaction with New Jersey Transit? Like, how does that work, or do we interface with them on your behalf?
Well, neither really. Since there's no train traffic on the Saturdays, it's really just an unused parking lot. And because of COVID, so to be clear, we've always been on the west side of the train tracks there. But
Right.
with COVID, we came up with a plan to expand the footprint of the 5 growers. They have the longest line. They have the longest lines. So of those 5 farmers, instead of a series of canopies, if you can picture maybe 4 or 6 canopies, and tables set up with produce, and shoppers walk in and kind of rummage through and buy, we asked them to extend their tables end to end, and then have the public come walking through in a line, so that the public was able to not cross each other. That took up a much larger space. So we dedicated that western lot just to the 5 growers, and we moved the foodies across the tracks to the other parking lot. By the way, this does bring up a point that we would like to ask council, which is the reason that we always know that that western lot has no cars parked in it, is that there is an ordinance that shuts that down for Friday night. There's no parking there until through Saturday. So anytime there's somebody there, when we arrive at 6:30 or 7, if there's somebody parking there, we call the tow company and they'll pull them away because it's against the law. There's an ordinance. There is no such ordinance on the east side, and we're asking if we could, first of all, on the west side, to have that extended to year-round, because it's only for June through November. We want to have that extended to year-round, and we would like to have that same ordinance. Again, it's never used. It's so rare that there's somebody there, but we would like to, that's another issue and another night. But we just wanted to point that out, that we would that would help us to have an ordinance passed to have both parking lots, no parking Friday night, year-round.
Okay. I noted
Thank you.
that. Okay. Yep.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
I would suggest that we just have some nuance in the signage as well. So, because for Sundays, for example, if the parking lot could be used on Sundays by the public, like it should be available, I think, to the businesses there, to their benefit. So anyway, board members, nice to meet you all. Paul, really good work. I'm there all the time. So I'll say hi next time now that I recognize your face.
May I add one thing? Sorry.
Please. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So again, Andrew Myskowski, for those maybe not visually able to see here talking. And so I did make connection one time, Gray, not to correct you, but I just, maybe it wasn't such a large importance, and it was probably just a mere mention of it. I did meet one time serendipitously in the lot because we were, I don't know, going over size and space and trying to make sure that our farmers and vendors fit in at one particular time. I met a Darren Donald at that point in time, assistant supervisor of the Morris Essex line. I asked him, was there anything that we ever needed to get in touch with them about, or is there anything that we could do differently? And he said, you know, we're never operating on the weekend, so you're never going to need to contact me, but here's my name and number in case you ever do. It's never going to be a problem. So I was like, okay, great. So I have it in my phone. I never throw anyone away, and I've never needed to call them because they just they don't need to know if it's not on a weekend. And we actually don't need a Sunday either. So thank you for making that point, the nuances. But Sundays are not our thing. We're Saturdays only.
And if I may, just for council, just one last moment, I want to just explain a little bit more deeply the Double Bucks program. This is really a terrific state program, the Garden State Good Foods program, which enables us to make sure that the farmers market is accessible by all members of our community. It is really a wonderful community and social equity program. And it started with a grant from Partners for Health. But as Irene indicated, we supplement it now because their grant that they give us only lasts from mid-July until, let's say, October. And we have people coming to us right from the beginning of the market in June through Thanksgiving. So this is SNAP, which is a federal program, WIC, Women's, Infants, and Children, which is a state program, and then the Essex County Seniors Farmers Market Nutrition Program. When those participants come to us and they swipe, let's say for $10, we give them $20 of monopoly money that they can spend to get fresh, healthy produce for families that some might think really are the ones that need it the most. So we're very, very proud of the Double Bucks program. I think this is our 7th season that we've been able to do this. And again, we thank Partners for Health Foundation and also City Green, which is a regional community farmers market assist program that serves them all around the region. And they'll tell you that Montclair's farmers market was the first and the best. And I think we get the largest lion's share of the funding, and we have the most customers to use it. So we think it's a terrific community program that we run. Thank you.
One last thing I'd like to say to Irene, if I could, because Irene, you mentioned being bookkeeping, and that's a very mundane function, or you thought it had limitations. My wife is the bookkeeper for 3 different people and groups and organizations, and that is the most important role. That is the absolutely most important role. Unless the records are kept, or reports are made, or the deposits are done correctly, a lot of problems can occur. So Irene, I salute you for all your hard work all these years. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob.
And Council, I'd like to follow it up with Irene to say thank you so much for the many years of making sure my dad was okay when I was away from living here. Irene was our next door neighbor since the time I was probably around high school. And so when she's seen it all, but I want to thank you. And he's doing well. And I'm sure you'll see him while you're walking and he's driving.
Yeah.
Thank you, Irene.
Thank you, Dave.
Well, certainly, I think this has really been great. We thank you guys for coming in. Certainly important as we were having some discussions, that the council wanted to mention some things, and we thought it'd be great, for the community to kind of hear the wonderful, things that you offer. And I think even Gray, appreciate you taking the time to focus on an example of the program there, to making sure that everyone has access to these healthy choices, something that we're really proud of here. So big kudos to all the work that goes in. We know these things are never, despite as easy as sometimes you make it sound, we know the challenges, we know the things that you guys are always working on. But it's something that I think it's another key part of the Montclair fabric. We're all really, proud to have you guys as part of it. And of course, we're all there from time to time as well, right? So we're walking around like everyone else doing some shopping, but we appreciate the effort that you guys put forward, the work that you do. It's important stuff, and it's really just a key piece of what we do here in Montclair. So thank you guys for taking the time to come in and join us and tell everybody a little bit about what you do and why it's important. So thanks so much.
Thank you.
Any other Councilwoman Price Abrams? Mhm.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I've just also learned about the Double Up food program through my professional role. And so it's funny that you would bring it up again, but since Congressman Payne is still on our forum here, I just want to make sure, I think there's a federal funding piece. So if there's anything on that perspective, to make sure there's a nonprofit piece and then, in terms of the grant dollars. So just to the extent that there is anything on the federal side, I just wanted to sort of bridge that thought while we have the right parties in the room, so to speak. But it's wonderful that you're extending that for our residents as well. So thanks for everything, you guys.
Thank you,
Absolutely. I
Councilwoman.
was listening to that, and as they were speaking, had that on my mind. So that's something I can keep on the burner to see if there's ever an opportunity for me to help along that line.
Very nice. Thanks.
Thank you, Congressman.
Okay. Well,
All right.
thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Good night. Good night. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Give them a second to jump off here. All right, excellent. Okay, next, we're going to move to the public hearing on the amendment to the 2021 municipal budget. This is resolution R21-089, which is a resolution to adopt the 2021 municipal budget as amended. And I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time fixed for the public hearing on the amendment to the municipal budget and tax resolution for 2021. The amendment was introduced by the governing body on May 4, 2021, was advertised as required by law on May 13, 2021, together with notice of hearing for this time. A copy of the amendment has been made available to the public on the financial information page of the township website during the past week, and a copy is available online for anyone desiring a copy right now.
Anyone who has not seen a copy of the amendment may view it now on the financial information page of the township website. I move that the hearing on the amendment to the 2021 municipal budget be adopted.
I second the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. This may be done by voice vote, so all in favor, please say aye.
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 I mean,
Opposed?
excuse me, Mayor,
Yes?
did we open the public hearing on the amendment?
I believe that the mayor meant to say, I move that the hearing on the amendment to the 2021 municipal budget be opened. I think he inadvertently said the word adopted. Is that
Oh,
correct, Mayor?
if I said adopted, I did mean open. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm
And
sorry.
I will amend my second, Mr. Mayor, to support the opened as opposed to adopted.
Thank you all there. So yes, open. Thank you very much, everybody. So
Okay.
open and so amended in the second. This may be done by voice vote. Just to reconfirm, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Bye.
All right, thank you very much. The hearing is now open, and as required by law, I will now read the various amendments to the budget. And they are as follows. First, the following grants are added to the general revenues municipal sections F. The federal emergency management grant, $10,000. The visiting nurse grant, $21,842. Recycling grant of $38,713.23. We have the DEDR Municipal Alliance Grant, and that is for $19,704. Next, under the category of general appropriations, for election other expenses, it was previously introduced to 130,000, amended to 50,000. For the rent control administration salary, wages, and other expenses, for salary and wages, $61,000, moved to zero. Other expenses, $62,400, moved to zero. For recreational programs, other expenses, from $136,340 to $216,340. For capital improvements, excluded from caps, the police body cam storage from $310,000 to $110,000. The acquisition of police heavy vehicles from $272,000 to $204,000. And the operations excluded from caps, the maintenance of the Free Public Library, an additional municipal appropriation from 419,848 to 400 and that's from 319,848,000 to 419,848,000. Finally, for general revenues, the amount to be raised by taxes to support the municipal budget, local property taxes for municipal purposes, including reserve for uncollected taxes, from $56,985,490.58 to $56,694,090.58. The total amount to be raised by taxes for support of the municipal budget, $67,908,642.09 to $67,617,242.09. Total general revenues, $93,795,524.09. Switch to $93,594,383.52. And under the category general appropriations, total general appropriations amended from $93,795,524.09 to $93,594,383.52. So that again is the amendments as we have already discussed, and I have moved previously, and that is what the hearing is on today. I've previously at the last meeting discussed all of those and all the changes and all the different pieces on that, but those are the amendments again moved and opened here for discussion at this time. I wish to outline the procedure. Those who wish to participate now during the public comment on these amendments should dial into 408-418-9388. When asked to enter an access code, please enter 173-033-7448, then press pound. When asked to enter an attendee number, please simply press pound. When asked to state your name, please do so and press pound. The administrator will say when it's the caller's turn to speak. The caller will then hear 2 beeps. Excuse me. And the speakers will be allowed to speak. Speakers should confine themselves to the amendments of the 2021 budget. Other matters, school, county matters, are not proper subject to this hearing, cannot be discussed or answered here tonight. As I did say last time, though, of course, I know there are a lot of people on here just for public comment, and it gets difficult with the technology to parse out, call back in, so we will hear anyone's comments at this time. But this is the hearing on the amendments for the budget. At this point, Mr. Stafford and Mr. Fan, I will kick it over to you for any comments that we have in terms of callers for the budget.
Thank you, Mayor. Caller with the number starting 646-713. It is your turn to comment. 646-713, please state your name for the record and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Mark Joseph, and I'm a member of Montclair Beyond Policing, and I live in the south end of Montclair. And like last time, 2 weeks ago, I'm calling just to ask you all to consider defunding the police. I heard last time on the call, a lot of people say that Montclair is safer because we have more police, and that's just not true. Montclair is safer because we have more access to resources. We have more access to land, to jobs, to money. And I just think a lot about what we could do in Montclair or Essex County or really anywhere in the world with $16 million extra dollars. I think right now, tonight, like if you think about Montclair, like there's someone right now who is houseless in Montclair. There's a hungry kid right now in Montclair, a family struggling to pay the rent right now in Montclair, or a parent struggling to pay medical bills right now. And we've just accepted this fact as this is just normal. This is just the price of doing business. And it's just really infuriating, and it's really kind of sad when you think about it. And I'm just asking you all to vote for a different and better world, one that's actually built on equity and justice. I'm not saying that y'all are going to do that, but that's what I'm hoping that y'all decide to do, because I think if the roles were reversed and if we were those houseless people, those hungry kids, the people struggling to pay the rent, if we were the people with those medical bills, I think we would all say $16 million for police is $16 million too much. I really do believe that if we were in their shoes. So thank you for listening to my comment. Thank you for the time. Free Palestine.
Caller with the number starting 207332. It is your turn to comment. 207332. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Ian Kerr, and I think we need a budget that prioritizes people, our diverse communities, and ecosystems. And in no sane or rational world would this include $16.4 million and more for the police, which is a continuous increase that makes no sense in relation to budget shortfalls and the real needs of the citizens and ecosystems of Montclair. It's time to base budgets and policies on facts and research. We know expanding policing actually structurally makes us less safe. It has tragic and broad-reaching impacts. Safety and well-being is developed and sustained by budget priorities that put people, communities, and ecosystems first, and that's what this budget should be doing. Let's act rationally. Let's move that money towards safe streets, fair housing, good libraries, great social spaces and programs, skate parks, and healthy ecosystems. Let's start by even just moving a few $1 million from the absurdity of what the police are getting. It's time for rational policies in Montclair. It's time to really think of what our priorities should be. And finally, it's clear to the citizens of Montclair that our mayor is in a clear conflict of interest, and the moral act would be to recognize this and resign. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the number starting 973747. It is your turn to comment. 973747. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Renee. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you and good evening to the members of the council and other officials of the Montclair government. First of all, I wish to express my grave concern over Mayor Spieler's serving not only as Montclair mayor, but also soon to be president in September of the New Jersey Education Association. Currently, he is VP of the New Jersey Education Association, and prior to that, Secretary Treasurer. As I've learned, these jobs pay, to use the common vernacular, big bucks. Mr. Spieler has been earning $250,000, or probably in excess of that, since at least 2013. The current president makes about $400,000 base and apparently gets other significant compensation. However, as mayor, he is supposed to be without bias, unfettered, with conflicting interests. He's supposed to be completely open to all sides of issues facing Montclair, whether it's education, the police, roads, schools, what have you. I don't think he can be open and unbiased considering how much he makes with the NJEA. Therefore, I think, as the other caller said, it's quite appropriate and fair that Mr. Spieler resign as Montclair mayor and go on to enjoy the big bucks that he'll make with New Jersey Education Association. I would also express my support of our Montclair police and of law enforcement across the country in general. This council should resist any effort to defund our police. The idea of defunding those who protect and serve is simply stupid, stupid, stupid. The vast majority of police across the country are decent, caring professionals who work hard in a dangerous job. There are bad police, and of course they should be accountable. But actually, as statistics show, they're very, very rare. And finally, I wish the council and the Department of Education to take a good look before they implement critical race theory and the 1619 project. Many find the CRT as a racist hypothesis and the 1619 Project a twisted history. These are not settled narratives. Discuss them openly, yes, but don't just accept them outright without dialogue. I thank you.
Caller with the number starting 201921. It is your turn to comment. 201921. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. So, good evening, Mayor and Council. Ahava Felicidad here for the Tenants Organization of Montclair. I would like my 5 minutes tonight. All things considered, as a leader, I'm going to have my 5 minutes tonight. And first, I want to start out with, for those callers who are calling in with regards to our mayor resigning. If you want a mayor who makes $50,000 a year, maybe you should consider moving to a third world country. Now, when I was an undergrad in the early 1990s, Montclair was in the news for being the #1 township in America to raise an interracial family. This one reputation would be lost, and there is value in being known as a safe haven community. And that word or term, always translated to mean more than that, is going to be a word or term translated to be more than that. I grew up with people who, before they moved here, were chased home, being called racial slurs for their ethnic background and mixes. What's also cool about Montclair is the number of immigrants who can come here and feel welcome. We have to manage how outsiders and people who are not natives and not familiar with the culture and acceptance of family permeate our living quarters. That said, all people are welcome here. Our soil is rich with ancestry and history like no other place on earth. We have a responsibility to teach people what they've not been taught and encourage natives to engage in conversations, chats with new neighbors, and offer opportunities for them to learn, and don't assume what they know or don't know. I've come across a lot of commentary, not over just recently, but over years. I would ask that we not label New Yorkers as the same. Some of them were forced out or priced out of their former homes and need to also feel welcome here. Those specific citizens are not the reason for the skyrocketing rents. It's the unconscionable landlords and property owners who make their own decisions about what is right and good for them. Maybe they weren't raised with certain family values that we here know and expect. We can give them graces for it, but not a free pass for every transgression. With that said, it's important to help people who help people. So do not always look at someone and decide what they have and what they don't need. You can't see behind closed doors, but you can choose to see their heart. We have people who live here and own here who are from countries where registration means something very negative for them. And someone like that will look at it as 1,000 times restrictive and not something positive and for the good of all. That is with regards to our rent control ordinance. So we're looking at owners who may not be from even our country, where rules such as that are looked at as extremely restrictive. And we have to engage in a conversation that allows them to feel that it is a positive thing that it is. So we have to be very deliberate and clear with regards to why it's important for owners to register their properties. All of this with regards to Montclair's approved rent control ordinance of April 7, 2020, pending implementation. We have the pleasure, and yes, I know we're in a pandemic. At the same time, I err on the side of positivity, not an err, but more so live on the side of positivity. We're living in a diverse community on so many levels. If you've lived outside of Montclair, you know there's something truly special about the soil here. I have friends rooting for rent control from Maine to Maryland in Michigan and California, many of whom, if they lived here, they would be doing everything they could in support of rent control and supporting this movement. They're supporting this movement with thousands of Montclairians who are on this journey. So Montclair, believe me, we have support right here in our township and cheerleaders across the country. I, for one, speaking for many, feel good about that and the progress that we have made thus far. I was on the last council call. I got dropped. I called back. I was on hold for several public comments before a mentee arrived for dinner. We held on the call as long as we could, and then we had to move on to planning.
And that concludes your time. Please end your comments.
I'll end my comments with thanking everyone for listening. There's so much more I can say, and I expect to see the necessary budget modifications, such as when we work in research, administration, and finance. I know how easy it is and want to make sure the public knows that our mayor and council will do what's necessary with regards to the budget money needed for the rent control board administrator. We would love to see you stay. Tenants Organization Montclair at gmail.com and Tomb Advocacy on Facebook. Good night.
Thank you. Caller with the number starting 973632. It is your turn to comment. 973632. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Will do. This is Irina Goldstein, a longtime resident of Montclair. The Montclair Public Library provides essential services to this community. As the council has been repeatedly advised, the Montclair Public Library cannot fully reopen unless it is fully funded. While I appreciate the increase in the budget as amended, the increase does not make up for the many thousands of dollars that have been cut from the budget. As a result, I urge the council to allocate additional funds, whether from the CARE Act when received or from any surplus from budgeted amounts but not used funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the number starting 917445. It is your turn to comment. 917445. Please state your name for the record and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes. Good evening, caller 917445.
Oh, sorry, I was on the mute. Sorry, this is Arka Sengupta. I was just listening to all the comments and the rent control and all that kind of, that is actually an important point. But I would also like to go back and reiterate some of the points made by earlier comments where it seems like, the kids in our school system, they definitely want to go back, and schools reopening is very important. So is there any specific provisions being done towards reopening the schools and what we're looking towards that? That was my comment.
I certainly appreciate your comment, sir, but this is the governing body of the Township of Montclair, and that question would more appropriately be put to the Montclair Board of Education. And you can certainly access their meeting schedule by clicking on their website, and you'd be able to do the same type of virtual participation at their meeting, and you'd be able to put that question to them. But we certainly appreciate you calling here tonight. Caller with the number starting 973768. It is your turn to comment. 973768. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Good evening, Jim Price. I'm calling in again to urge you to adopt the resolution that we presented at the council meeting last month. The resolution is in support of S5207 and A3361. These bills, when passed, would be a first step in getting ICE out of New Jersey. Both bills are currently in committee. The resolution would support our legislators in their efforts to get the bills onto the floor for a vote. As I believe you know, the same resolution was presented to the South Orange Council last week. They chose not to adopt the resolution, but instead wrote a letter that made the same points. The resolution is on the Maplewood agenda tonight. We've not heard from 5 of the 7 members of the council, and I'm curious to know what's causing the resistance, if that's what it is,
to the resolution. Based on the results of the November election, Montclair is one of the most overwhelmingly Democratic towns in the state. President Biden wants to create a path to citizenship. Senators Booker and Menendez have called for an end to the contracts. Menendez has even called them blood money. I would have thought that this would be a slam dunk. We have offered to change the language of the resolution, or if you choose, a letter similar to the South Orange letter could suffice. We would like to hear from the full council. If the council has issues that go beyond the language of the resolution, please let us know so that we can discuss. Thanks for listening.
Mayor, may I make a comment there, please?
Sure.
Thank you. So just to let the caller and others know, the Municipal Services Committee of the Council is currently contemplating language to then recommend to the full council within the coming days on the letter that the gentleman mentioned for either letter or resolution consideration.
Caller with the number starting 908-705. It is your turn to comment. 908-705. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Lily Quee with Montclair Beyond Policing. I'm calling in to thank the many people who called and wrote to their council members about this year's budget. Montclairians pushed for more transparency in the budget process and for the funding we need to see every member of this community thrive. Seniors, youth, everyone who needs secure housing, everyone who relies on the shared wealth of the library system, and everyone who needs compassionate care and not criminalization and surveillance. For your efforts, Montclairians got a modicum of change, a little more funding for the library and a little less funding for police vehicles. That concession is just the beginning. I urge everyone who's spoken up in the past weeks and months to keep talking to your counselors and keep talking to each other. Organize with your neighbors and reach out to existing organizations. There's no reason for any member of this community to be isolated and disempowered, even this year. On Sunday, June 6th, Montclair Beyond Policing will be hosting a virtual town hall on our Facebook page where community advocates and organizers will talk about sources of real safety and well-being in Montclair: the library, climate justice, restorative justice, harm reduction, mutual aid, and a campaign for a non-police affiliated crisis response program. We invite the mayor and council and the entire Montclair community to join us on June 6th and continue the long-term work of transforming this budget process into an expression of our needs and our values. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the number starting 862-926. It is your turn to comment. Pardon me, 862-926. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
My name is Edward Robb. I am speaking on behalf of the Montclair Library Friends Steering Committee. I the Friends wish to thank Mayor Spiller and the members of the council for amending the budget to provide an additional $100,000 in discretionary funds to the library. These funds will enable the Bellevue Avenue Branch Library to be reopened and extend weekend and evening hours at the main library and keep the adult school functioning. I would like to just make a note of personal thanks to two members of the council whom I've known for many years, Deputy Mayor Bill Herlock, who has spent a lot of time working with the Montclair Library Friends Steering Committee, and Counselor at Large Bob Russo, who was my swimming pool buddy at one time at Bel Air House. Thank you both for your support for the library. Second, I'd like to request that the council, or the township rather, find a way to expedite both the basic 1/3 of a mil payments and the additional $100,000 in discretionary funds to the library. That will considerably simplify the reopening of the Bellevue Avenue Branch Library. And last, I request that the council give consideration to adopt allocating a significant budget for the from the state of New Jersey and federal American Rescue Plan funds to the library, so that the library can be fully restored, have its services fully restored by the end of the year. Thank you very much. Again, I appreciate your support of the Montclair Public Library and the Bellevue Avenue Branch Library. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can real quick, Ed, thank you for your kind words. It's a pleasure and privilege to work with you over the years on these issues.
Caller with the number starting 917-545. It is your turn to comment. 917-545. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Thanks. My name is John Van Wagner, and I'm calling to respond to Mayor Spiller's statement several weeks ago regarding the possibility of an elected school board in Montclair. I'm glad that he has come to the decision that, quote, voters can and should be entrusted to decide for themselves what mechanism for naming members of the Board of Education will best serve students, residents, and taxpayers, unquote. I suppose we should all be grateful for the stamp of approval of the NJEA president on this initiative. But as the parent of a graduating high school senior who just spent his final year on a screen in a dank basement, it's hard to read the mayor's statement and not think of the ruined futures of hundreds of Montclair students who lack the advantages of someone like my son. Younger students, many scholastically, economically, and/or emotionally challenged, will never make up the time lost by a school's lockdown that served only the political and financial purposes of the teachers' union. For we know these lockdowns were never necessary or even advisable, even in the estimation of disinterested, responsible scientists and health professionals. All over the state, private schools and most public functioned normally in person, but not in Montclair. The lockdowns are a stain on Montclair's history, and the price for them will be paid for generations to come. So maybe we'll decide as a community to establish an elected school board. A task force has been implemented to facilitate schools reopening, and Representative Payne appeared in front of the council tonight to promise a reign of federal largesse on a parched and devastated community. That's great. It's also far too little and far too late. The big question remains about the ability and inclination of a corrupt public establishment to oppress the citizens they're pledged to serve and protect. Thank you.
Caller with the number starting 646-256. It is your turn to comment. 646-256. Please state your name for the record and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes. Caller 646-256. Caller with the number starting 646-592. It is your turn to comment. 646-592. Please state your name for the record and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Joanna, and I'm calling to support the council for implementing the rent control ordinance. And thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the number starting 973-900. It is your turn to comment. 973-900. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Hi, hello. My name is Maria Eva Dorigo.
I live in Upper Montclair. I'm calling to urge you to pass a resolution or write a letter in support of A-5207 S-3361 that would help end the immoral, unnecessary, and inhumane practice of immigration detention in New Jersey. As I mentioned in previous meetings, I volunteer for First Friends of New Jersey visiting incarcerated migrants in Elizabeth Detention Center and Bergen County Jail. I will briefly talk about an 18-year-old woman who I met in Bergen County Jail. This woman from El Salvador had a 2-year-old child. They were both held in a teen shelter in the Bronx for several months. 2 days after she turned 18, she was transferred to Bergen County Jail, and her toddler son stayed with a woman under the supervision of DHS. She was in jail for more than 3 months until she was released, but could not be reunited with her son for another month and a half. Once released, Anna could see her child for an hour and a half once a week. I accompanied Anna to the Bronx to see her child. I cannot express in words how difficult it was every time she said goodbye to her son. Of course, he did not understand why her mother was leaving him with a social worker. The mental health toll that families are forced to suffer is immense. We are violating human rights, keeping them incarcerated unnecessarily when they do not commit any crime but to be born in a poor country. I hope we can count on your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the number starting 862-220. It is your turn to comment. 862-220. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Joanne Cornelia. I'm calling once again in support of the library and to thank you specifically for finding that $100,000 to add to the appropriation for the library. And of course, I'm never content. I'm also looking forward to the arrival of the money from the federal and state governments and expecting you all to allocate a portion of that to the library at that time. So thank you for doing what you've done, and I look forward to the future.
Thank you. Caller with the number starting 201-264. It is now your turn to comment. 201-264. Please state your name for the record and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Kavita Saha. I'm a resident of Ward 2 here in Montclair. I would also like to thank the council for the positive signs in the budget amendments, both with increasing the library budget and decreasing the police budget by 1 armored vehicle. As my friend Lily said before, this is just a start. At Montclair Beyond Policing, we have been having some really good conversations with community groups who both support senior services, the skate park, entrepreneurship here in Montclair, safety for disability rights, and people are really interested in seeing how the police budget can reimagine different services here in Montclair for next year. So seeing how the budget process played out this year, I thought there was...
Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but would you do us the service of speaking closer to your telephone? It appears we can't hear you.
Did you miss everything I said?
No, you were in and out, but the last few lines I think we missed.
Okay, I apologize. I was saying that I hope for next year in the budget process, there is time for the community to present new ideas and have a discourse with the council and various departments on where these different funding streams can go to really support the community. Thank you for the time. Bye.
Thank you. Caller with the number starting 917392. It is your turn to comment. 917392. Please, For the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Eileen Birmingham, and I'm a resident of Montclair. Thank you so much for all of your work. I'm just calling again during this budget process, to urge going forward some more transparency around different aspects of the budget, and specifically the public safety, because that, from what I can tell, is over 1/3 of our municipal budget. And I think Montclair residents really need to understand what is going into that budget. I think in Montclair, we pay more per capita for our fire department than almost any other town in New Jersey. And that may be right, and it may be wrong, but I think we need to understand why that is. Again, it's not making judgments, it's just asking questions, because I think we really, again, this is a large part of our budget. And watching the budget presentations earlier this year, you could not understand what the rationale for spending is. I agree with others that I'm very happy that the library has been funded, but when I read things in the newspaper that, there's a lock on the skate park and the lock can cut, and, police are being called to the skate park, it just makes me really think Montclair needs to really understand where 1/3 of our budget is, what the rationale for that spending is, and what are the opportunity costs of all of this spending. I'd also just like, again, to urge for the fire service agreement with Glen Ridge to think about consulting with the state shared service office, and that's their job there to do that. I understand that agreement has been in place for a long time. I think the 2010 agreement set us back in terms of equitable funding for that. And again, I think I would just urge you to consult with them going forward, because I think, just in all honesty, I spoke with someone in that office and they were quite surprised to learn that Glen Ridge was paying almost as much in 2021 as they were 20 years ago. So again, I understand that this is complicated and I am not an expert. I believe there are experts in fair funding formulas in the state, and that might be a way to sort of get some more information for us. Thank you for your work, and thank you for your time.
Mr. Mayor and Manager, can I just respond? I just have to respond on this because the fire services contract has been in place for over 2 decades, and it started out when I was first a council member and was negotiated through many different managers and many different councils. And it's a great contract, which is a model for the whole state. So the caller, I appreciate your comments, but for the state to say that something might not be good with us, we almost lost this contract 10 years ago because the neighboring town, Bloomfield, was trying to get that contract and maybe even bid on a lower level. So the town of Glen Ridge was considering which town to go with. They chose us, even though it might cost more, because we are the best provider, not to disparage my old town of Bloomfield at all, but we are the best provider of fire services around. And what we provide for Glen Ridge is very, very economical. They've saved $2 million a year compared to what they used to spend to have their own fire department, their own trucks, their own fire staff, and their own headquarters. When we built that new fire headquarters in 2004, the last year I was mayor, it was built partly in the 4th Ward area near the Glen Ridge border and served them so well, they felt it was a good fit. And I think that we're an example. The only other areas in the state that have done what we did are North Hudson. It's called the North Hudson Fire Services Agreement and Contract, which was negotiated about 10 years ago, and it takes in the towns of Weehawken, West New York, Union City, North Bergen, and Guttenberg, Little Guttenberg. They had 5 towns with separate fire departments. They consolidated into one. I teach this in my class on public administration, so I know what I'm talking about, and I've been on the council 21 years. I thank you for your comments, but please understand, and we're going to renegotiate hopefully the next year, Manager, right? But this is one of the best contracts, win-win for Montclair and Glen Ridge. We get revenue, We'd certainly like more, but we get revenue and Glen Ridge gets savings, and it's good for both communities. Thank you, Manager and Mayor.
Thank you. Caller with the number starting 973-868. It is your turn to comment. 973-868, please. Do us
Hello?
the service.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Do us the service, please, of giving us your name for the record, and keep your comments under 3 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is Brenda. I'm with the TUM organization. I wanted to mention just a couple of things quickly that, you know, this has been going on for so long with this rent control. We know it was many years ago. I mean, I'm a 30-year renter here in this town. Something needs to be done. They talked about fair housing earlier, and a few people have spoke on the subject. So I would just ask that when this get done and, you know, hopefully quickly and all works out, because, you know, if we want to keep this town diverse, which already, you know, seems to be a problem lately, you know, we need to do something. We need to do something for the people in Montclair and the renters. You know, we're at what, 48, 49% of renters. It's the fair thing to do for the town. Now, I just want to say comment on something very quickly. The parking meters, we have quite a bit of problem with the parking meters. I wanted to let council know that I do have a date with the court because I was actually harassed by one of the meter people that said I didn't know what I was doing or talking about. There was a malfunctioning meter, and I tried to put quarters in, but I had a doctor's appointment. And when I asked her when I came out, and she said I should know better, that I should park somewhere else if the quarter doesn't work, or I have to get an app and pay by credit card. Well, I don't think that's fair, that I should have to do that. If the meter is not functioning properly, that's not my fault. That's the fault of the parking commission here. So I would just ask that maybe you speak to, you know, your employees there in the town and ask them to be a little bit nicer to the citizens here. And another thing I'm questioning is, I called about this several times. I'm on Orange Road between Porter and Gate. And I asked for another stop sign to be put on the left-hand side because people come down the street, they're in the right, you know, and the road is kind of wide right here at the corner. They're in the right lane and they turn all the way to the left. Now, I know, and I also complained about where Montclair, the elementary school is, and they finally put the arrows. You go one way left, one way right. I don't know why they can't put those on our street. So maybe you could look into that. The third thing is, when you're going down Orange Road, I take this every single day, Monday through Friday. The light that goes down by the south end there, and it yields to the right. And it used to be 2 lanes, and they made it 1 lane. They made the road narrower and spent a couple $100,000 doing that. What you need to do is, because you got 3 lanes going into 1, and 1 out of 10 people pay attention to the yield sign on the right. Is there any way at all we can get a blinking yield sign there?
Ma'am, that sound indicates that your time is up. Please do us the service of concluding your comments.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Bye.
Thank you. Caller with the number starting 973-747. It is your turn to comment. 973-747. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes. Nine seven three 747.
Couldn't already before back because I was cut out, so I've said my piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the number starting 973-768. It is your turn to comment. 973-768. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes. Nine seven three 768. Caller with the number starting 973-634. It is your turn to comment. 973634, please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Steve, and I called, maybe it was like 4 or 6 weeks ago. I thought that there was a lot of ganging up on somebody simply because he had gone to voice his political opinion, a totally American thing. And one of the council members responded by citing statistics that supposedly said that there was only 25,000 people. I don't care how many people there were. That's not the point. The point is that whether it was 25,000 or a million people, the point is that the person that was there, even if it was 25,000 people, I don't really care, probably didn't do anything wrong. And I think he should be lauded for voicing his opinion. And I don't think he should be vilified. Now, getting to rent control, because I brought it up once before, but there's something important. Somebody I know called about a investment property in Caldwell. Caldwell, you may know, has rent control. And they told me that the rents were really low. And the reason why is because the person hadn't increased the rents, just as a person that had the property for a long time. So they were allowed whatever percentage, 3-4%, I don't know. But this person hadn't increased the rents. So now the property is worth a lot less because they can only increase the rents by X% a year, and it's way under market. This rent control may force people to increase rents that they otherwise would not increase. If the number is 4%, they may go 4% a year. Some landlords don't increase rents more than 2 or 3%, maybe every 2 years. It just depends. So I think the real issue is when people come in and they take the rents in 50% up right away. And in those cases, maybe it can be done on a case-by-case basis instead of having a complete law that comes in and like a one-size-fits-all thing just to show everyone how much they quote-unquote care. And rather than that, maybe look at it on a case-by-case basis because, like I said, people are almost forced to increase their rents. If the rent control is 4% a year, in a sense, financially or economically, they're kind of forced to increase them even if they otherwise would not have. And that's all I want to talk about. Thank you very much for your time. Bye.
Thank you. Caller with the number starting 973951. It is your turn to comment. 973951. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you. My name is Dr. Alan Keller. I have lived in this wonderful town for 25 years, and hopefully we'll live here for another 25. I am speaking in regards to the resolution. We're asking Montclair to support, calling for an end to allowing counties to renew their contracts with Immigration Customs Enforcement for the purposes of detaining civil non-criminal immigrants. I've been working on this issue, and there's a New Jersey bill pending on this, and so we're asking the town council to do the right thing and speak out in support of it. So I've been working on issues of immigration detention for over 20 years. Sometimes I think I should stop because maybe I'm bad luck given it's still going. I founded a program at Bellevue and NYU School of Medicine where I teach caring for torture survivors, many of whom were former immigrant detainees. And I just want you to know, in my work caring for people who've been traumatized from around the world, sadly and tragically, what we do in detaining immigrants is cruel, in my view, often tantamount to torture, inhumane, and it cheapens who we are as a nation. Now, I realize the fight long-term to end immigration detention is a federal one, but as a community, we need to speak out against this just disgrace, a moral disgrace, abject cruelty, and that our county should not be supporting this, should not be what my colleagues, I believe, have reasonably called blood money. There's been some discussion about, well, if our county doesn't detain these immigrants, well, surely they'll go to Louisiana or some other state. And my view with that is that two wrongs, this is the understatement, that two wrongs don't make a right. One atrocity and travesty can never be, rationalized. And what I've been doing, and this is an issue I've really wrestled with, a concern that detained immigrants will be away from their families and their lawyers. So what I've been doing actually the last 2 years is I've been going to Louisiana. I've been going to Texas and evaluating immigrants there. So please don't be pulled into this thing of doing what—
Sir, that indicates that your time is up. Please conclude your comments.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you. Please do the right thing in supporting the efforts to end immigration detention in our great state. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan.
Caller with the number starting 917846. It is your turn to comment. 917846. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
This is Scott Pollack. Can you hear me?
I can. Please do us the service, though, of muting your listening devices because the delay may negatively impact your participation.
Oh, geez, that's tough. I don't know how to do that. I'll turn off the— Anybody hear me now? Is this okay?
Yes, sir.
Better?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. This is Scott Pollack, and I'm calling in reference to a scholarship, the Montclair Republican Club Scholarship. I'm the committee chair. I reached out to many, not all. We have posted this scholarship. Okay, this is on a good note for the community to know. We have a $2,000 scholarship that we've been doing for about 4 years. We posted it. We didn't get any response, probably because of COVID. I reached out to y'all to see if you can find some applicants, some worthy applicants. You can find the information. I don't have the coordinates in front of me, but if you Googled Montclair Republican Club Scholarship, you will find the information. Pretty simple, fill out an application. There are a number of, there's 5 essay questions of which you choose 2 to write on. It doesn't matter what political stripes you have or all. It's wide. It's available to you as long as you fill out the application. We have an interview, which is, we've done this in the past and it's really worked out well. We have 3 of us and we do a pretty intensive interview with the applicant. We get good feedback. The students, we follow up with them after they win the scholarship, maintain a relationship. We'll offer internships. We promote other internships. So I think it's a great program. We enjoy doing it, and we'd like the council to reach out in their ecosphere and find us some applicants. $2,000. Nothing to sneeze at in times like these. I think every little bit helps. So again, you Google Montclair Republican Club, find a scholarship, fill it out. There's the criteria that's all there. Write an essay, and we will meet with you and do the interview. Easy peasy. Okay, we're looking for a lot of good candidates, a lot of good students. They have to be Montclair High School seniors. Okay, that's about it. Great to see y'all. Please come up with some names if you can. I appreciate this. Have a good night, and thanks for your service.
Thank you. Caller with the number starting 973449. It is your turn to comment. 973449, please state your name for the record and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. This is Joanne, and I'm with Greener Montclair. How are you doing? Just want to thank everyone for the great job that everyone's doing. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So I have 3 topics that I wanted to bring up. Was maybe great job on the budget. Would love to see more greener programs added to it. I'm putting my petition a whole year early for next year, okay, guys? So, so I would love to see more greener programs, something maybe seasonal, added there, you know, reducing, recycling, and would love to see that added to somehow the budget. Also, the other question that I have is, I did look on the website. There's a whole lot of markings on Bloomfield Avenue, and it looks like a massive repair is about to happen. And I guess since I'm a resident and also have a business now in Montclair, I was concerned because is there going to be a lot of repair going on throughout Bloomfield Avenue? There's a lot of red and yellow markings throughout the road. All of my neighbors are asking. None of us been notified, or I do get your email. So I guess it's a question if anyone knows what's about to happen. And we saw more than 200 markings throughout all of Bloomfield Avenue and side streets. So I guess that's the only concern I have, and that's it. That's it for me.
Well, thank you very much, and certainly we'll have Mr. Stafford speak to a number of things. There's, as you know, always a lot going on Bloomfield Avenue, and the county is always doing a lot of work there as well. There's a number of long-term projects that are, coming forward. As you may know, they are redoing all the intersections throughout the town as you move through. So in advance of some of that work too, you always see PSC&G, rightfully so, doing a lot of that work beforehand, and of course everybody trying to get the work done in terms of things that can happen infrastructure-wise under the streets before they go ahead, rip them up, and then repave them and do all the work that they're going to be doing around all of the intersections. So again, the county is going to be redoing all the intersections through Montclair, all new traffic signals, et cetera. So that's part of the work going on. There's also, as I noted, again, a lot of the utilities and others, before that, doing a lot of work that they want to do as well. And Mr. Stafford, Mr. Scantlebury, I know you're constantly connected with PSC&G and others, of course, and the county. If you'd like to share other pieces that you are aware of, or other parts of this that are also going on.
I think you've hit the nail on the head, Mayor. The markouts could be, are very likely utility markouts made on behalf of the county and projects that the county's going to endeavor to do, because it is a county road. However, they could be utility markouts as well, and they could be for the township. However, I doubt that. Certainly, the township project, anything that's a non-emergent township project, notice will be given. So, with the exception of emergent work, we certainly provide as much notice as we possibly can. But your point's valid. It very well could be the county. It could be any of the utilities, and the markouts are generally required by, even in an emergency basis, by state law with respect to alerting as to what's underground. Next would be caller with the number starting 646-256. It is your turn to comment. 646-256. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Clint Lidden. I live in Montclair. I've been here for a few years. I would just say that it's not every day that I hear the Pledge of Allegiance. The line that really struck me was of course, with liberty and justice for all. I'm calling to ask that you pass a resolution and show your support for bills A5207 and S3361, which would help end the immoral and inhumane practice of immigration detention in New Jersey. Nia Gill is a primary sponsor of the Senate version. There's obviously been a lot of pushback on the presence of ICE facilities in Essex County, and as many of you are aware, Essex County has announced that it will be depopulating the people it incarcerates for ICE, but they are not ending the contract. Why? Why allow such a stain on our community to fester and linger in the shadows? ICE has been actively looking for additional bed space in our region since late last year, and there is nothing stopping ICE from opening a new facility in New Jersey, even one in Essex County. These bills would prevent ICE contracts from being renewed and expanded and prevent new contracts from being signed. It is even more important that these bills are passed into law now to prevent ICE from just adding additional bed space, which would allow it to continue to detain and ultimately deport members of our community. Please help New Jersey join states like California, Washington, Maryland, Illinois, New Mexico, and others that have already passed and or are working to pass similar legislation. Thank you.
Caller with the number starting 973-816. It is your turn to comment. 973-816, please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Hi, is this me?
I don't know. Is it you?
All right. Hi, Mayor and Council. My name is Trevor Hetrich, 4th Ward resident. By this point, the sociological consensus is clear on the issue of policing. They just are simply not effective at their job compared to other things. Now, I know most of you are not really keen on hearing that, and due to the clear age of my voice, a lot of you might dismiss me, but decades of evidence are just straightforward and trend toward the conclusion that we as a society just need to move past the idea of policing as a good institution. Economically, socially, the cost benefits may provide for some menial benefits in a vacuum, but comparative cost benefits, again, economically, so meaning for every dollar put in, what we get out, and socially, for every dollar put in, how effective they are in terms of mitigating crime and resolving the issues that crime causes. Police are just absolutely outweighed. We've got to start doing better as a town. I'd like to amplify the Montclair Beyond Policing's town hall on June 6th from 4 to 5:30, discussing a wide range of issues, including the issue of policing. We encourage anybody on the call to please come if you have concerns or if you are in support of defunding the police, and also hearing about what other issues exist inside the town. And I'll wrap this up. I'd also like to add my support for ending ICE contracts, because they have literally been around since 2004 and have leached on the American public. They've been a negative, and I will send my sources if you'd like. And support for the public library. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Caller with the number starting 917-596. It is your turn to comment. 917-596. Please, for the record, state your name and do your best to keep your comments under 3 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, my name is Serge Demefak. I am calling from the Frog Hollow community of Montclair. I am delighted to hear that the council is considering a support letter for Bill A-5207 from the Assembly side and the Senate S-3361. But I would strongly encourage the council to prepare a resolution, not just a letter. And you probably know that Senator Nyagil is the one is co-sponsoring this resolution. The bill is being stalled for some reason, so we don't know why it's not moving forward. But this letter is going to help us push Senator Gill and all the Democrats who are stalling this process in Trenton. You probably heard about the depopulation of the county jail, of the Essex County Jail. It is not the end of a contract. And you're probably aware that the ICE has issued an FII looking for new facilities still in our area. And so these are issues that are very, very important to us here in Frog Hollow. And we've done our part here to try to make sure that the police of Montclair does not invade, our neighborhood, does not transform community space into a police station. But I want to bring to your attention as well that that building that was given to Home Corp is still, the roof is leaking, it's coming apart. You need to send someone over there to check on that building. That's not what they promised to do. They promised that they were going to maintain this building, that we kept the police away from it. But the building, the roof is leaking. I want Mr. Stafford to send someone over there to check that building. They don't meet with communities. They don't do anything in this neighborhood, but they claim to build housing around here. But I also want to reiterate that for a community that spending a third of its budget on policing, it's a bad signal. It means there's something wrong within that community. And I don't think that's the image we want to give of Montclair, which is a community spending a third of its budget instead of building, communities that are stronger. Is spending that money on policing. We live away from highways. We have nice people here in Montclair. Immigrants like myself who live in Montclair appreciate living here. Please do the right thing. And if you defund this police just a little bit, it's going to help us really have a better community, because just about a few
Sir,
years
that
ago,
sound indicates that
someone
your
was
time is up.
arrested.
So please conclude your comments.
Let me wrap up, please. Someone was picked up here in Montclair by the Montclair police, ended up in jail, and I had to work very hard with Banner Kesset and other community members to raise $6,000 to clear this mess. Please do the right thing and stay positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor, there are no other callers in the queue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stafford, Mr. Fan, everybody for, of course, managing that. Observing no further callers, I will entertain a motion to close the hearing.
Mayor, I move that the hearing be closed.
I second that motion.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll on the motion to close the hearing.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
The hearing is now closed.
Mayor, I request that the township clerk be instructed to read section 2 of the adopting resolution for the budget as amended.
The township clerk will now read the resolution.
Be it resolved by the governing body of the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, that the budget as amended hereinbefore set forth is hereby adopted and shall constitute an appropriation for the purposes stated in the sum therein set forth as appropriations, and authorization of the amount of $56,694,090.58 for municipal purposes, $2,680,151.51 for library purposes, $8,243,000 for school purposes in Type 1 school district to be raised by taxation.
I offer the foregoing resolution and move its adoption.
I second the motion.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. The resolution is adopted, and I will just use this moment to again say first and foremost to my council colleagues here, everybody for the tremendous work on this. I think as we even heard from many of the callers, liking this piece, wishing still more here or there. And I know that many of the residents we've reached out to, that is the process to make sure we find, the pieces that work to get something that we think will serve the community very well. And in this case, being able to put something together that put those extra, big dollars, the $100,000 towards the library, making sure our second branch can open and function and have increased hours everywhere. Also doing so while trimming in some other areas and getting us to come in at just under 2%. Really some feat in a year when we've been devastated in terms of budget with COVID and the impacts that we've seen on our finances. And that is also due not only to this council's great efforts, but the a lot of the assistance that we see in the financial matters on from our CFO. We thank you. Mr. Beneke, appreciate your efforts. Mr. Stafford, Mr. Scandalberry, your team. I know, Mr. Krasik, you're a part of that as well. Certainly the clerk and everyone else has a role in it. So I want to thank everybody for the great work to get us to this place. And, I think it's a budget we're all pretty proud of. And, just wanted to commend everybody on the great work and the hours that were put in to get us to this place. So a big thank you on that front before moving on. Councilwoman Price Abrams, I see your hand raised, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just again, before some of the professionals, I'm not sure if they'll be staying on for the duration of the call, but I really, at this juncture as well, wanted to appreciate the hard work of my council colleagues who were in the earlier, iterations of the budget process, and then the fuller process, really, and the staff and professionals who took a lot of time and energy and effort to put together those materials. I think that was a fine budget that was at the outset, I think, with the input of everybody, and we were able to collaborate in different ways. And as you noted, find some different savings, both for the library and to reduce the tax burden, which no one wants to pass on. So I think together we built a stronger machine there, and just wanted to acknowledge folks before they might have hopped on for the evening. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilman, I was looking down. Go ahead, Councilman Jacobellis.
I just want to echo that as well, and I want to commend you on your leadership with this, Mayor. I think, I really appreciated you listening to what all of us had to say and offer, and figuring out what that compromise was, where everyone could be pleased with the end result. I appreciated really constructive dialogue with Deputy Mayor Herlock to understand the depths and the history of some of the key pieces in this, and really do appreciate Mr. Beneke and Maja for all the hard work that you guys have done to iterate on this budget. We know several times over the last few months, and to all of my colleagues for offering up, just everyone has a different take, right, on what the priorities should be and what they are, and funding levels and taxation in a pandemic year. And I'm satisfied with where we are in terms of finding a compromise that isn't what any of us would have designed individually, but what we ended up ultimately designing collectively. So just thanks across the board.
I'll quickly say thank you to that, right back at you. It's that team effort. That's what it's all about. So thank you for everybody for the participation and involvement.
Mayor, just one.
I see Councilman Russo. I see your finger there.
Don't laugh, because I'm going to say something that has a good 21 years of experience. This is one of the best budgets I've ever seen. And here's the thing. A lot of folks are upset about, maybe we're not funding something. Well, I can tell tenants, we're going to be funding whatever we need to do tenants. If we have a need for a rent control staff person, we're going to be funding in the future. But we were able to defer some of the spots that are open. That's called slippage or breakage in the funding language for budgets, where I've experienced this over many years working in state and county and local government. We can now defer some of the hiring and the spending if there's an opening, but use those dollars for something that's urgent, like the library funding. So we get the library open again, we get some funding to the library, but we defer some of the hiring, which is something people have to understand. Now, I want to address one other thing. People who come on and just talk about defunding whole departments. Yeah, I'd like to cut the costs substantially in certain areas and devote more money to social needs and to senior citizens and to other areas. As we go along the next year, we're going to be looking at all of that, maybe see if we can shift some of our priorities, move the money, as the people in Peace Action say about the federal level. But we're very constrained, and our budget is only a third of really, or even less than a third of really what you pay. It's the municipal budget that we absolutely control. We don't control the school budget, and we don't control the county budget, and those areas have gone up in some ways even more. So I think this is an achievement to get under 2% increase in the time of a terrible pandemic. And we're going to look at costs and look at what we spend our money on and look at our priorities in the future. But I don't want anybody to go away thinking, we're not spending on something that they wanted. And I'd like the library people to know that we always wanted to give the library what they need, but we have to have a cooperative, positive relationship with all the different departments, all the boards, all the advisory boards. we have to be in a advisory and cooperative relationship rather than an adversarial relationship. I hear too much adversarial stuff from people, and someone who called in before talking about the Glen Ridge contract. That is such an achievement for this town over 25 years of a model contract. It's not ideal. It doesn't get us even more money. Maybe it's less than they paid in the beginning, but it's a substantial resource and revenue for Montclair, which over the many, many mayors and councils and managers are to be commended, with the fire department working with Glen Ridge and with our town officials. So thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say that as the oldest councilman here.
We appreciate that perspective, Councilman, and that long history that you have, and certainly, also kudos on the fire contract that you're able to put together during your time as mayor. We talk about the shared services piece, and that's a reality in this instance because of that, and it is one of those win-wins in terms of the dollars that are able to come in on a fire department that we would have, of course, anyway, and of course, them getting services, great services from our fire department as needed. But thank you so much for your comments. Appreciate that. Okay. All right, moving forward, although we heard much of it there and we knew it would happen because of the layout and I offered it would be accepted, I'm going to officially open the meeting for public comment in an effort to minimize exposure to COVID-19 and maintain social distancing practices. This council meeting and future meetings until the pandemic is over will only be available to the public remotely. Those who wish to participate now during general public comment should dial into 408-418-9388. When asked to enter access code, please enter 173-033-7448, then press pound. When asked to enter an attendee number, simply press pound. When asked to state your name, please do so and press pound. And the administrator will let you know when it's your turn to speak. Mr. Stafford, is there anyone for public comment? Although we didn't really accept all public comment a minute ago. Is there anyone who is for official public comment?
Negative, Mayor.
Okay, I will now close public comment. Thank you very much, sir. Next, I want to move through. We have a couple pending ordinances. The first is Ordinance O-21-11, which is an ordinance amending Chapter 234-4 Parks and Playgrounds Hours of Use. Everyone may remember we tabled this and asked it be brought back here. I will open a hearing on it. So I'm going to open the public hearing without objection. Is there anyone in the dialing queue who wishes to be heard on the resolution in this proposed ordinance?
Objection, Mayor. Councilor Schlager
Yes.
has a comment.
Yes, I'm sorry, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Yarborough. It's okay. I would like to respectfully amend this ordinance that is before us tonight for second reading. After a meeting that Councilman Yarborough and I had with the Skate Essex group and speaking with some of the residents in and around the skate park, we would like to amend this ordinance to an all year round opening and closing of this ordinance from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Like I said, all year round, every day. It's not, after some negotiating, not everyone, there was some negotiating, and this was the compromise that we came up with, that everybody was able to agree upon, and all that we could live with at this time. And I think it's a fair outcome of the ordinance. So I would like to make that motion to amend it, opening the skate park at 9 a.m. and closing it at 8 p.m.
And I would second.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. And I think everyone has received it. And just as along with the budget, and the attorney can correct me if I'm wrong, the reason I believe we opened it up just as we did with the budget, just had to open the public hearing before we can amend. But it was opened, I think, officially briefly there. But we do have a motion to amend. Mr. Krasik, do we have to close the public hearing before we can amend? And I know that these would be considered substantive changes, so we'd have to reintroduce this as a first reading. Can we do that before closing a public hearing, or how does that process?
You can make the amendment at the public hearing, so you can vote on the amendment now. But once the amendment is adopted, then as you say, that would be a substantive change given the importance of the hours, and therefore the ordinance would have to be re-advertised. This would be considered to be the introduction and first reading tonight, and then it would re-advertise for a public hearing at the next possible date. But you can vote on it now during the hearing.
During the, okay, great. So we're going to consider that the hearing is still open officially at this time. I'm going to say I didn't hear any objection to open the hearing, just so we can move forward on that part there. We've now seen a motion to amend, and it's been seconded. I believe you've spoken to it, but would anyone like to speak to the motion further?
I would, Mayor.
Sure,
Okay.
please, Councilman.
Sorry for the harsh objection a moment ago.
I got what you're trying to do.
Courtroom drama. I just want to say, this is, no one's happy, right? And so when everyone is completely happy again, that's sort of the grand art of compromise. But I did want to focus particularly on the locking piece, because somebody else called in and commented about that earlier. In speaking with the advocates, and in making the decision to lock the park at night, one of the major reasons that's been sort of unspoken is actually some of the equipment has actually been stolen from the park. So kids have made this equipment with their families. They've put the equipment in the skate park, and 2 pieces of the equipment have been stolen recently. So they're actually asking us to lock it at night. So this is not the township just stepping in with a heavy hand and putting the chain and lock on the gate. Just in the efforts to protect the hours of usage. It's very much also to protect the equipment that these families have created for the skate park themselves. I just wanted to make that comment, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for adding that piece.
Yes.
All right, then I'll open up any other questions, concerns, comments on the amendment. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, just so it's official ordinance introduction, can you please call the roll on the amendment and reintroduction?
Absolutely. Councillor Cummings?
Yeah. Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Councillor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Councillor Russo?
Yes.
Councillor Schlager?
Yes.
Councillor Yacovelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Thank you.
And
without-
thank you as well.
Good work, Councilwoman, Councilman, for working on that piece and coming back, as you said you would, with suggestions there. Without objection, I'm going to close the hearing. Is there objection? And the hearing is closed, and the clerk will notice another hearing on this because it was substantively amended and reintroduced through that amendment tonight. Thank you very much. Next, we have Ordinance O-21-03, which is an ordinance amending Section 347 zoning of the Code of the Township of Montclair. And again, I'm going to open the hearing to the public without objection. Is there objection? Hearing none. Mr. Stafford, is there anyone in the queue who wishes to be heard on this ordinance?
Negative, Mayor.
All right, we did table this one last time. I know that we had some questions, and there was a few things that a couple of us were going to be looking into. So before moving it to see if there's any suggestions or amendments that we'd like to see here, I'll open it up for comment.
Mayor, I will say that Councilor Yacovelis and I had a good conversation with Janice, I think it was Monday, about some of the questions she had, and my concerns were she answered them satisfactory.
Thank you, sir.
And Mayor, the same is true for me.
Excellent. All right, so I consider it moved as listed and not amended. So again, is there, Mr. Stafford, anyone on the call to speak to this motion, to speak to this ordinance?
Still no one, Mayor.
Okay. All right, without objection, I'm going to close the hearing. Seeing no objection, the hearing is closed. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councillor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Councillor Price Abrams?
Yes.
Councillor Russo?
Yes.
Councillor Schlager?
Yes.
Councillor Yacovelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. We do have 3 new business ordinances. Madam Clerk, would you please?
Item C is Ordinance O-21-12. It's an ordinance amending Montclair Code Chapter 327, Article 3, parking, standing, stopping, adding, and removing handicapped parking spaces.
Thank you very much. All right, and I so move.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock,
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Madam Clerk, I believe the next one pretty similar, correct? Except it's loading zones, but go ahead.
Yes, sir. Item D is Ordinance O-21-13. It's an ordinance amending Montclair Code Chapter 327, Article 3, parking, standing, and stopping, adding and removing loading zones, and establishing drop-off zones.
I so move.
Second.
Moved, seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock,
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Next, Madam Clerk, ordinance O-21-14.
Yes, Mayor. Item E on the agenda is an ordinance amending Chapter 202, Land Use Procedures of the Township Code, Article 3. It's a provision applicable to both Planning Board and Zoning Board of Adjustment to update escrow deposits.
Thank you, and I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock,
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Thank you very much. Next, we have a number of resolutions. Items, the below items with an asterisk have been placed on the consent agenda by the Town Council and will be enacted upon in one motion. I so move items 1 through 13 be moved as part of the consent agenda. Is there a desire to hold any out? Okay, seeing none without objection, they are moved as one. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear a second.
I'll second it. There wasn't a second. I'll second it. Thank you, Angeles.
Of course, thank you. Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock,
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Item 14 is resolution R21-103. It's a resolution authorizing grant application submission for local recreation improvement grant, fiscal year 2021, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments on this?
Yeah, Mayor. Yes.
Councilwoman Price Abrams, please.
Yeah, and perhaps, Mr. Stafford, just to confirm, I don't think there's any match related to this grant application, but I did review it.
There's no match per se. However, given the cost of the project, if the township does not receive as much money as the project would cost, we would either have to pare down our wants or we would have to fund.
Got it. Okay, well, I'm not deterred. I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Any other, Councilwoman Schlager?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that we get these grants because they both grants would come into the second ward. One is a grant for Edgemont Playground at Edgemont Park to upgrade the surface there. And the other grant is for upgrades and to Rand Park, which is adjacent to the George Ennis Annex, which is used quite heavily by Montclair High School students. And that grant would allow us to redo some walkways, new lighting, bike racks, drinking and water filling stations, plants, signs. So, like I said, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that we get full funding from the grants. Thank you.
Thank you. And we should probably note that for those listening, again, this is a sizable amount. It's $892,500 in terms of what we're seeking. So we couldn't agree with you more, Councilwoman. Would love to see those dollars come in. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, I believe it's submission and acceptance of dollars, and there's no match to Mr. Stafford. So I think we just do a voice vote on this. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All opposed? Abstentions? Okay, and it passes. Thank you very much. Next, Councilwoman Schlager, would you mind doing number 15?
Yes. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amounts set opposite their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex that said invoices be and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively hereinafter stated on the schedule attached here to and made a part hereof. This bill list is dated May 18th, the year of 2021 for the amount of $7,210,269.85. And I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, or comments on bill list? Councilwoman Schlager, start with you.
Oh, I have a question. On page 11, there is a check to be drawn to PSE&G, and the comment in the description is street lights. This check is for $38,340.54. We are all grateful to PSE&G every time we turn on the lights in our house and wherever we need them. But this town is plagued. I get more complaints than any other complaint of street lights that are out in our town. It's an epidemic. I don't know what else to say. People are constantly putting in the numbers into the website. I forward the township. I forward Mr. Stafford and Mr. Scantlebury the complaints, and they make every good effort to get the lights fixed and get the bulbs changed, basically. And it really, really hurts me to have to write this check for services that are not rendered. It's just, I don't know what else to say, but this is really makes me very upset. Maybe when they fix the lights, they could come pick up their check. I'm not kidding. This is really outrageous to write that kind of check. I had one woman email me the other day. She lives on, forget the name, right off of Grove. Her light's been out for 3 years in front of her house. So I don't know how to, I've never, ever, in all the years on the council, have ever asked for something not to be paid. So I don't know how that works. If you approve the budget or not, approve the bill list or not.
Councilwoman Schlager, Mr. Mayor, if I could, didn't we at one point have this as an issue over the last 8 years that we served, and we withheld the payment, or we sent a letter or something? Mr. Stafford, maybe you can help us, Mr. Scantlebury. I do.
That's not during my tenure. Not during my tenure. This is not dispositive of the issue, but I can tell you that periodically the township has overnight employees covering quadrants of the town, so that every single street in town is covered at least, I think it's every 3 months. And what our folks do is they go up and down the streets, they make note of any street light that's out, and they use PSE&G's antiquated system, to Councilor Schlager's point, and they enter in PSE&G's antiquated system the lights, and then at that point, there's nothing more that the township can do but to continue to enter into the system that the light is not working. So to your points, or to your question specifically, Mr. Herlock, that did not happen in my tenure, and certainly, I defer to Mr. Karasik with respect to not sending the check. I'm not sure what would happen if that was the case. I'm not sure what PSC&G's reaction would be.
It may have been Mr. Stafford, in all fairness to you, when Mr. DeShiel was serving with us for the first 2 years.
Yes, I do recall, if I could back up what Councilor Schlager said, she and I have served the longest on the council, have seen so much of this. One time years ago, there was a defiance by us of PSC&G for this type of thing. But here's what it is. We pay them, but we get blamed when the lights are out. See, so there's again a situation where we are the ones paying for this light service, which is critical. It's the street lights, but people think we own them or we fix them or we have the responsibility, which we don't. And then we tell people to call, and that's the antiquated system you're referring to, Manager. But I think what Bill and Robert have said is true. And if there's some way we can emphasize to them that we want to get the service that we're paying for, even if it requires us withholding a check or doing something, I don't want to use the word defiant, but something that's dramatic, because they've just assumed that we're just going to pay, we just pay, we pay. And then when we have these problems, which are really very, very bad in the winter, when we're told, people are told to go out and check the pole when the pole is covered with 2 feet of snow, But this has been a frustration, as Councilor Schlager said, for so many years that the new folks on the council may not have heard as many complaints as we have. I'd like to see us protest in some way the fact that we don't get the correction to the light that's out for a long time, even after we, or as your staff does, or the resident submits the request. It takes a long time if it's ever fixed.
Yeah.
Might I suggest that the township's PSC&G liaison be invited to a future governing body meeting so that you can air your grievances directly to that person?
Yes.
Right. There's a new person, I think, that's
Mr. Stafford, let's set that up for one of our conference meetings to invite that person on.
Happily, I will do that.
Thank you. Any other, Councilwoman, did you have any other bill questions? Or I know Councilwoman Price Abrams has a question.
No, that was it. Thank you.
You bet. Councilwoman Price Abrams?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. Mr. Stafford, I think it's page 18, but maybe this goes to a second point. I think at one point you were trying to have someone repaginate these differently, that they could be not where the staple is. If we can flip the staple, then we would have the page numbers visible. But anyway, 17 is visible and 18 is one of those hidden pages. But I forget which number is useful to you, but it's Challenger fence. It says replace fencing through Essex Way in the sum of over $20,000. So could you just explain what that was for?
I can't at this moment, but if you give me a few minutes, I will certainly look that up for you.
Okay, thanks. I mean, do you want me to give you the numbers or you have them?
I see it.
Okay.
Councilwoman, do you have another question? Also, while he's doing that, maybe Mr. Scantlebury can look up if you got secondary ones, or is that your one question?
It's the primary one.
Okay.
Thank you.
Tim, this is I think Essex Way runs between North Fullerton and Park. It's that walkway that runs between those two streets. And there was a fence along the property at 183 Park that we may have replaced.
That sounds right. But if
Yeah, you should check, sure, but that's
during a moment, I'll look it up.
Yeah.
Thank you. I mean, I guess it goes to a general question about, it's a public space. I know you're going to look up what the specifics are, but in other words, it's a substantial sum, obviously deemed necessary for some reason. I don't know if you can, when you figure out what it is, you can explain what it was for.
Okay, we're going to hold off on that vote then while we're doing that, because we do have one more resolution. So giving Mr. Stafford a moment to find that answer, I'm going to table R-21-104 and move to resolution R-21-106, which is a resolution designated the month of May as Bag of New Jersey Month, and I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. And just for everyone out there, this is a resolution really highlighting that the state of New Jersey caught up to us here in Montclair and has passed a plastic bag ban. And this resolution is really an effort to promote and educate around that law that is in existence. It's part of a comprehensive educational program tied in through everything happening in the state, and it really helps us to draw attention to the law and further remind all residents about reusing bags, et cetera. So that's what that is. Are there any other questions, concerns, or comments? Councilwoman Price Abrams.
Yeah, I just want to say I spend a fair amount of time talking about bag policies in my daytime, and New Jersey, I think it was a great result that in the end we banned both paper and plastic single-use bags, and again, this encouragement toward reusable bags. As you note, this town and some others, helped push the way forward, and I think that was a positive result that there's one statewide policy on this now. But it's the Clean Communities Council that's party to this whole thing, that's really trying to help public education campaign. And I wonder if through the staff, perhaps we can enlist our communications team to help publicize it, help just, bring good attention to it, making sure, as we already have, I think there's some differences between our municipal policy and the one that will be, brought on with the state of New Jersey's policy. But just if we can, leverage our township infrastructure to help publicize this, using their publicity, I'm sure is going to be in wide circulation.
Well, I see Mr. Stafford is busy looking that other thing up, Councilwoman, but I'm sure the deputy manager, I'm sure you heard that anyway, and can make sure that we're doing all we can to publicize that piece.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other questions, concerns, or comments on this resolution, this motion?
Mr. Mayor, real quick, I don't have this in my packet, nor is it on my agenda.
Me neither.
So I'm going to respectfully abstain on this one because I have no idea what I'm voting on. I haven't seen it.
Sure. Just as a note, I believe the Madam Clerk, you can speak to it, but I believe she sent out an revised agenda and posted online. Madam Clerk, you want
Actually, that came from my office yesterday, Mayor.
Okay.
Electronically.
Okay. All right. But still,
I don't have an email, Mr. Mayor, so I'm going to sit this one out and abstain.
Fair enough. Any other questions, concerns, comments? See none. Let's do a roll call vote on that then, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock,
Abstain?
Counselor Price Abrams,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. Thank you. Mr. Stafford, any update?
Mayor, at this point, I haven't been able to access the documents. I'm having technical difficulties, so I'll send that to the council as soon as I possibly can on Thursday.
I can say, by the way, that Essex Way is in fact the name of that walkway that goes between North Fullerton.
I'm virtually certain that it's fencing that we replaced. The replaced fencing being township fencing in an effort to preclude graffiti. It's similar to what we did several years ago on, I want to say, Mid Park Lane. There was a significant graffiti problem. We put fencing up, which essentially eliminated the graffiti. So I believe that's the case here too. I just can't access my documents. And although I sent a text message to staff, I haven't been able to get contact. So as soon as I do learn the information, I will send it to you as soon as I can on Thursday.
Thank you. And Mayor, I would not withhold my support for the matter, for the full resolution. I would appreciate the explanation that will be forthcoming. And I believe we can move to the vote if that was the reason we're holding it. So.
Sure, understood. Okay, great. So it sounds like we've heard a little enough there to understand what that piece is through attorney and manager, and then of course the information will be further provided through the manager at the date he noted. So thank you. Any other questions, concerns on the budget? So we're back to the aforementioned table, Title 104, back on the table, back in front of us. Is there any other questions, concerns, comments? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Counselor Cummings,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock,
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams,
Yes.
Counselor Russo,
Yes.
Counselor Schlager,
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis,
Yes.
Mayor Spiller.
Yes. All right, thank you very much. Next is Resolution R-21-105. This is a resolution authorizing executive session without the public being permitted to attend in accordance with NJSA 10:4-12B. And the subject is personnel, and I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor of entering executive session, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you very much. We will now enter executive Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. So we have come out of executive session. Thank you very much, everybody. And with that, I will entertain a motion to approve the action items discussed in executive session for action in regular session here. Moving all items as a consent piece, with the one item held out on one of the personnel appointments with Councilman Yacobellis noted as an abstention on that item. And I so move.
Second.
Any questions, concerns, or comments? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Abstentions, and we'll note that one abstention for the councilman that we noted in that officially. All right. With that, thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. And we say good night to everybody. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Mr. Stafford, are you raising your hand because you had something pressing to discuss?
I was saying good night.
So, it's been moved and seconded, I believe. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Have a great night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Stay well.
Good night.
Bye-bye now.